T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, negative return.
When on the side of the track, you know the way back. You know your letter from the snake. You know the throttle from the brake. You know your straight line from a curve. You've got a lot of nerve, but I know you. Give me steam. I'm how you feel could make it real. Real as any place you've been. Get alive with the dreamer's dream. Everybody knows dial, hold your breath, count to 5, act slap, booby trap, cover it up in bubble wrap, room shake, earthquake, find a way to stay away. It's gonna blow, it's gonna break. This is more than I can take. Oh yeah, I need steam. Feel the steam around me. Help me, yeah. Ready to steam and lock down. Ready from the wheel to the pole. Morning bubbling, 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 bubbling like it's coming to the boil. And there's steam, lady. Give me some steam.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedges. Screw 'em! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. This market is running on Steam. It is absolutely running on Steam. It's very vicarious. I gotta show you guys this. So I was doing a little bit of research last night with Adam. Adam and I got together last night. It's been a while since we had a chance to get together and do some DD, and he always manages to get me to stumble across something that I hadn't seen before. And so last night we were kind of going over some numbers, and I saw something. I was like, oh man, this does not look good. I hadn't seen this before. I know you've heard me talk crap about this SPY plenty of times before in the past, so this is not going to be anything new to you if you've heard me talk crap about it. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to take you out to the monthly for the SPY, and I want you to see just from these indicators alone. I want you to look down at the vortex indicator down at the bottom of the screen here. What you're going to see down at the bottom of the screen on the vortex indicator is that there's been approximately 3 times, and then a fourth time where it kind of dabbled on the vortex indicator on breaking through. So I'm going to enlarge both RSI a little bit here and vortex indicator so you can see these. This is on monthlies. So this is back right here where it crosses over on the vortex indicator. You see the crossover vortex indicator right here on 12/29 of 2000. And there was no coming back. It crossed through, and it crossed through hard, and it kept going. So that was like the main indicator that the market was going to start moving down. If you look at the top up here, you can see that was just a little bit after the peak, not too much farther. Maybe let's see here, from the peak, it would have been maybe about 2 to 3 months past where the vortex indicator crossed that the market headed down and didn't stop heading down. If you look at RSI at that point in time, it was around 48. So it was almost right in the middle on RSI for the monthly. Then you come over here to the next time where the vortex indicator crosses downwards. You can see it crosses downwards, comes back and touches one time. It's almost as if it was trying to perhaps test for more strength, and then when it tests it absolutely falls out, right? It just drops out. The test point, well, let's go with the crossover point. The crossover point was approximately about, again, 2 to 3 months after, right after the top. And if we come up to RSI, remember it was 48 before, it's 48 here. Yeah, 48 right there. And then the retest was right here. RSI at this point would have been around 51 on the retest before it fell down. You have, this was, by the way, the time frame for this right here. This was the initial crossover was on 1/31 of 2008. The retest was on May 30th of 2008. Then you have an attempt to cross over, a retest, and then actual strength found here. So no move through there. Then you have current. You have current, and you have a breakthrough that occurred on 6/30 of 2022, June of this year. The top on this one is about 3, 4, 5 months ago. So the top was a little bit longer time has passed since vortex indicator cross. Where vortex indicator cross also, RSI is roughly around 47. Then there's a retest right here, which happened in August. The retest occurred, and lo and behold, 50, 51, it's 50.67, so close enough to 51. And you can see that on the vortex indicator, those are starting to head away from each other. So, I don't know. Make of it what you will, but I'm going to add something to this. I'm going to add the Ichimoku cloud to it. Now, normally you wouldn't use the Ichimoku cloud for larger timescales. I will admit that this is kind of unusual. Ichimoku is more meant for like day/swing trading, but it is a good indicator to kind of show you where market movements are headed towards. And one thing that I want to show you here is this is the 2001 crash price. Remember in Ichimoku cloud that price likes to move down through green, up through red. So you've got price moving down through green in 2001, up through red in kind of around like the 2004-2005 time frame. You've got price moving back down through green and up through red, starting in about, it moves through green in 2008, moves up through red in about 2011. And then you've got this massive green cloud. We haven't had red cloud since. Massive green cloud. So if we're going to be moving down through a green cloud, remember I do typically tell you guys that it likes to move through some of the thinner portions of green cloud typically. We got some thin portion of cloud coming up here. If it were to move through the green cloud to the red point, or to the bottom side of the green cloud, where could it find a stopping point? In order for there to be a red cloud that's formed for us to move up through in the future. And what you'll notice is that we have a thinning portion of green cloud here. If the SPY were to fall through the cloud here, where would it need to fall to? Where would it find support? I kind of did some rough math estimates based off past historicals on weeklies to kind of compare some numbers, and I've kind of settled on a number. The number that I settled on was anywhere from 215 to 245. Those are the numbers that I think that we could potentially fall through to the SPY. So we're at 410 currently, 413, sorry, in the pre. We're at 413, and I think that in order for us to push through the cloud here, and in order to see red clouds in the future, which we're long overdue, by the way, right? Like we've only seen This is only showing recorded history back to 129 of 1993. We've only had 2 red clouds ever. We're kind of overdue for a red cloud period. I've already shown you how the indicators are signaling for a red cloud to form here in the futures. As price moves down through the green cloud, you would see a red cloud future starting to form. But I'm really looking at like 215 to 245 as a potential bottom for SPY. That's nearly half of where we're at right now. So imagine the SPY getting cut in half. So yeah, that's just what I'm seeing. And I hadn't seen this before. I had never really thought about looking at this from that perspective. I never really considered using Ichimoku as a tool to perhaps try to indicate where price could be moving to. Like I said, Ichimoku is really good at kind of predicting when you're going to see failures in prices and where it's going to move back up through. Usually you would only use Ichimoku for like a day trading type signal. But what are the common things you look for Ichimoku for selling points, on a day trade, day/swing trade, right? You got your first touch onto the conversion line is a good first and second touch of conversion line is usually a good time to sell. Whenever the lagging line touches the price line is a good time to sell. And the third time to sell, like you should definitely get out. You should definitely get out when the price touches the baseline. And we've got price touching baseline for the last 4 months. So yeah, if people decide to get out of this thing, we could be seeing price falling quite a bit, quite a bit. Let's go back to the past and look at that. Here you got price moving up. It touches the conversion line right here, comes back out of it. Secondary touch of the conversion. You start seeing people exit. You hit base, and it just starts free falling once it hits base. Free falling, free falling, free falling. The lagging line wouldn't have been touching at this point. It would have been not touching. So there's no indication from the. But once it hits baseline, it does a free fall. Going back to this point over here, you got price above the conversion. First touch of the conversion's right here. Secondary touch of the conversion. Hits baseline, comes back up and retests the baseline one time, and then it drops out. In 2020, both in 2018 and in 2020, we had temporary drops that touched baseline but never fell through. We know that the economy was pumped with artificial money in 2020, giving us this boost off of the baseline. But here we are right back at the baseline again. So that's what I'm seeing. And I'm just showing it to you guys like I see it. And I don't know. I don't know what to tell you guys. I'm reading over here that some people are saying that a lot of people are saying that it's going to be bullish. I don't see it. I don't see the bullish indicators. I think that there's a big push to try and turn a bull trap quickly to try and trap as many investors as possible into the market to create a ton of bag holders. If there's a lot of long positions that hold long calls, they may be trying to get as many of those calls in the money as possible before this market starts to tank, and then exiting those positions. When they exit those positions, you're going to see this market start tanking. So just throwing that out there. Food for thought, things that I see. Indicators are indicators, and they are used for a reason. They tell you what to expect for the future. All right, let's take a look at some of our numbers. Let me see what you guys are writing here first. CPI dated today. Uh, so Jan is saying so a rally will occur for a bit. Potential maybe. I mean, there might be like one last small little rally before moving down. Um, is there a case to be made for that from the past? I think there is. I don't think that it'll be a rally that will um, extend for very long. If that's the case. Actually, that's a great point, BioLife. BioLife is saying 2008 total drop was 22.11%. So your graph here has about a 45% drop. That would be totally insane to see a crash like this. That scenario would cause a complete crash of the world economy. What I will say, BioLife, is that when I was doing some of the calculations last night, because we're not seeing the red cloud yet on there, I was doing some calculations, and actually the numbers aren't that far off. If you look at some of the numbers, I'm not sure where you're coming up with the 22.11%, but the numbers that I got from some of those previous market movements were somewhere between 41, I think it was 41 and 49% drops, and so I took the difference of 45. So the number that you got there with the 45% is the number that I came up with, and I just kind of averaged out between the drop from 2001 and 2008, and just kind of assumed for an average drop somewhere in between. But yeah, it's if you go back and you look at the actual tops and bottoms, 41 and 49, I believe it was either 41 and 48 or 41 and 49 percent drops on those. So this a 45% drop would be in line with what we've seen from the past when we've crashed through that cloud before. And so that 215 to 245 range is right in there. It aligns perfectly, and it would put us. The other part to that too is if you when I was kind of looking at the numbers, I calculated out the numbers, and then I looked back in the history on the SPY on that, and I kind of said, okay, well, is there support around 215 or 245? And it just so happens that the bottom of the 2020 point right here, where it found support on 2020, was at 212. So there is levels of support there at that 215 range. 240 happens to be the point at where the SPY started moving back upwards from 2020. So it's really kind of ironic that there is some level of support right there between 215 and 245, and really does seem to be like it could that could potentially be some kind of bottom. Casey's Broken Mug says Casey's thoughts on cap for pension fund collateral being lifted from 1 billion to 35 trillion for hedgies. Dear help all these pension funds and 401ks. Yeah, dude. I mean, yesterday when somebody brought it up, when they first brought it up yesterday, I was like, holy, that's crazy. Holy crap, right? Somebody knows something's coming, right? And the only way you can potentially prepare for that is to do what they did yesterday by freeing up money. Because people have said before, well, where's the money going to come from to pay us off? It has to come from the market. Market cap, that's the money has to come from someplace. The market has the money, and you can see that. You can see in the overinflated price of the market. If the market has to drop from 410, 413 to 214, 200 points, where does the money come from? And the money comes from the market. That's the answer. So yeah, it makes sense to me. Jana, I think that usually the war, like if you look at historically how things kind of work out, usually it's market fills, then war afterwards. And war is usually the thing that causes the rebuild of the economies because people start working to try and make things to start producing again. So historically, the market crashes come first and then the wars. That 35 trillion is bunk. See Tony Denaro's tweet. I haven't actually looked into it. So did Tony debunk it already? Okay. Yeah, I hadn't even looked into it yet. So Tony D posted it's from 1 billion to 3 billion. Interesting. I hadn't even looked into it. All right, let's take a look at the numbers. It's 6:36. I got just enough time here, I think, get through the numbers before 7 a.m. 35 trillion was a typo. It does seem a little unrealistic, doesn't it, though? 35 trillion. But the fact is that they tried to release some money there, and so I think that is telling. Let me log into my broker, and we'll start getting these numbers out of the way here. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to get it. Could help prevent somebody out of your account that you don't want in your account. Test it out, see if you like it. If you don't like it, get rid of it. But it's always good to have a next level of protection. Take you guys over to the other page. What was our closing price yesterday? Closing price yesterday was between AMC plus APE was 1596. For all of us guys that were guessing price predictions yesterday, we all got a point. So points will be reset. This will be the last time they have an opportunity to say congratulations to Keto on his win last week. Keto, congratulations. Let me give everybody a point. Does anybody care who was closest? I think Monty was. I think Monty might have been the closest to price prediction. His average price prediction being closest to being right. Let me check and see. Let's see, 14. Yeah, Monty was the closest yesterday. His average. Oh, I forgot to put on my glasses. His average was 1635. He had the highest price prediction yesterday. I had 1460 to 1760. Eric had 1430 to 1730. Keto had 1413 to 1713, and Monty had 1485 to 1785. So Monty got the price prediction closest, but we're not counting that yet. That's going to be on Friday. So no extra points for that yet. All right, let's take a look at short exempt volume. Let's see here. So first off, I got to pull it up for AMC, 421.2. So an increase. And let's see what it was for Ape. I have to drag. Unfortunately, I have to drag down to get to it. 82.6. So pretty big increase there for Ape from 26 to 82. Let's check utilization. Utilization this morning on AMC is currently at 100%. Let me make sure the date's correct. And the date's showing September 12th. That is correct. Congratulations to us. 150 straight trading days of utilization being 100%. I'm going to finish cleaning off my glasses so I don't have to keep leaning into this computer to look at the numbers. That looks clean. It's not. Every time, it's really weird to me, like how I look at my glasses and I go, oh, that's clean. And then I put them on and I go, nope, that's still foggy. I feel like I just started wearing glasses recently and that uh, that I'm just not used to wearing them yet, even though it's been like several years. I'm a clean snob when it comes to getting my glasses clean. All right, let's see here. Taking a look at utilization on Ape. Utilization today is at 81.37. So a little bit down from there. It's about 7% drop. Day over day price increase. We had on AMC, we had a increase of 5.14%. That's 2 of 3. And on Ape, we had a 3.44%. We're going to call that 2 of 3. We're going to give it we're going to give those a new color. And taking a look at Max Pain. Yesterday, Max Pain was at $15. I'm going to suggest that it probably stayed where it was. Let's see what it is today. I'm gonna go with 15 again. Oh, it went down to 14. Max Pain moving down to 14. That's kind of weird. Wouldn't have expected that, but it moved down to 14. Off exchange data, the final numbers for AMC yesterday through the off exchange was 57.3%, through the EDGX was 11.58, for a grand total of 68.88% of our volume going through those two exchanges. That's about 4.88% higher than what I think would be kind of considered a normal day. So definitely elevated levels of off exchange movement on what I would consider to be low levels of volume. Refreshing Ape. So the final numbers for Ape yesterday was 55.59 through the off exchange and 13.47 through the EDGX, for a grand total of 69, nice, 0.06% going through those two off exchanges, for about 5.06% higher than a normal average day. Low volume, high off exchange movement. Institutional ownership was at 154.565 yesterday. Today it is at the same value. On the top right-hand corner, you're looking at AMC. We have a drop in the estimated short share interest of the free float to 19.94%. The reason for that drop is going to be due to new reported short interest numbers. And let's see here. So the exchange reported short interest is basically a little bit less than what was being estimated. Today, shares on loans at 194.56 million, which is slightly less than it was day over day. We'll look at the numbers more in detail here in a minute and write them down. Looking at APE, short share interest of the free float is at 6.07%. Shares on loan 35.36. I think that's. Hold on a second. I'll tell you if it's up or down. That's slightly down day over day. We'll take a look at the numbers here in just a second. Looking at options, our lottery ticket losers at I think it was $50 strike. Let's see how many options there. Since this is a quad witching week, we had 32.3 thousand contracts open at a $50 strike. It's actually 32.2 now, so it dropped by 0.1. Highest amount of open interest for calls is at a $30 strike. Yesterday there was 23.5. There's still 23.5 today. Puts, it was at $20. Let's see if that's still the case. It is barely. $20 is still barely the case, but at a $20 strike, there was 15.5 thousand contracts yesterday. There's still 15.5 today. The next highest level would be at 13. It's really, really close. It's 15.1 versus 15.5. So we might see some more volume pick up and maybe some short interest close out tomorrow for 20 and then change some of the numbers, which kind of helps me to see that the reason that max pain dropped a little bit, I think, is probably due to current volume and perhaps positions that closed day over day. So that's why I think our max pain dropped from 15 to 14. I think some positions closed. All right, let me move a couple screens over and we'll take a look at the rest of the information. Alrighty. Utilization for AMC. There's your 150 straight trading days of 100% utilization. We're going to zoom in here just a little bit on loan amount and see how much it changed by. So we have a decrease day over day on loan amount from 195.2 to 194.5, which is a 700,000 share difference. It's going to be difficult for me to guess how much of that it was in short interest of the free float, because that number is actually going to change, I think, quite a bit due to the fact that we have new reported short interest numbers. So it's going to drop quite a bit here. So I can't really calculate out how much of that. Because, well, actually, what I'll do is I'll just calculate it out based off the free float. So that's what I do anyways. So. Short share interest, the free float dropped from 21.49 to 19.94, 1.55, so about 8 million. A reduction in 8 million, and that's not just going to be that's over the last 15 days. So all the estimates that I've been giving over the last 15 days, give or take every single day, there's a little bit of margin of error, and so the correction amount is going to be 8 million in shares in short interest were closed out. Estimated versus actual. With the on loan amount decreasing day over day, I would expect the on loan average age per day to be driving upwards. It's driving upwards quite a bit. It went from 42.17 to 44.94. And security lending volume day over day decreased. Looks like by half. Went from 19.41 to 10.93. Taking a look at APE, 35.36 million shares. There's our utilization dropping day over day from 88.24 down to 81.37. On loan amount dipping slightly from 36.18 to 35.36. So 800,000 shares roughly. All of that in short interest being closed out. On loan average age per day should still be driving upwards. Security lending volume on APE was really close to the same. Actually, it increased just slightly. It went from 17.39 to 17.63. This is a look at yesterday's total movement of AMC plus APE added together. This is what our chart would have looked like. We're currently up in the pre-market at 1602 combined. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC's in 12th. Most heavily traded stock with 44% buys to 56% sales. Those were kind of low numbers yesterday, but we had reason, there was reason to believe that there was a lot of day trading going on over the last 24 hours of trading. So Friday and Monday, and I think there were some selling positions that were new positions that were being sold off. Hence the reason for the lower buy to sell ratio. APE showing up as 54% buys to 46% sales, and was 14th overall on the list. And GME coming in at 17th with 58% buys to 42% sales. SSR triggers at $9.20 today for AMC. Shares available to borrow increased mostly overnight, it looks like. We borrowed about, so far, it looks like there's been a borrowing of 800,000 shares. Yesterday, the total borrow amount was 650,000 shares. The fees are currently at 18.5%. Futures. Futures are looking up. Looks like anywhere from 0.5% to 0.75%. VIX is down by 1.21 in the futures. Yep. It's looking really close to somewhere between 0.5 and 0.75% up on futures. So probably my guess is that CPI data may end up being a little bit more positive, but we'll see what happens. This is indicating a green open on the market though. Overseas overnight, only the Hang Seng was down. Everything else was up by somewhere around between 0.5% to 0.75%. Tesla is up 0.6% in the pre-market. Amazon is up 0.75. Cinemark is up 0.5. Doge is up down rather 0.29. Bitcoin is up 0.61, and breaking the 22.5 number that I said that if it breaks, it could get a little bit of a run and may not complete that head and shoulder pattern. So it's breaking through that. I don't know if this is going to be temporary or not. It's not breaking through it massively, like it's not a big candle like this one. It's just barely kind of breaking through this. It's still it's still really really close, but we have what is the high on this? High is 22.7, so it's definitely broke 22.5. I don't know. We'll see what happens here. I don't know. This is kind of odd to me. It made it up to 22.7. It's at 22.5 now per coin. GME is up 0.75. HYMC is up 0.49. Hood is up 0.45. NCMI is up 1.87. APE is up 1.75, and AMC is up 0.39. Inflow versus outflow. Yesterday we had about $4 million roughly more in inflow than outflow. 14,000 shares having been traded so far on AMC. That's very, very low volume. Super, super low. On the hourly for AMC, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 63.4, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 58.28, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 53.59, which is slightly above average. Taking a look at APE, yesterday there was about $4 million more roughly in inflow than outflow. So far, it's traded 9.62 thousand shares for this morning, very, very low volume. On the hourly time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 57.39, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with a divergence of that on the indicator crossover on the vortex indicator within the last hour. RSI is at 53.07, which is just above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 54.6, which is slightly above average. Taking a look at Ichimoku on the hourly, this kind of hits home with what it is I was telling you guys about the SPY. You know, when you see multiple touches on the conversion line, it's kind of a good indicator that it's time to go. So we probably saw a lot of. I think there's a lot of selling that was going on right in this time beginning portion of the day yesterday, and then you saw, I think, the sell orders going through in the very end half of the day. So, and it's touching baseline now, so we could see price start moving down or heading towards the cloud again, with price dropping to the baseline at this point, and we may see a move through the cloud beginning either today or into the after hours tonight. So we got our 2-day run out of this. We got some pretty big moves, but we'll probably see this. It looks like I'm seeing potential downwards movement going into the cloud again. On AMC, same exact thing. We haven't hit the baseline on AMC yet, though. Conversion is still above base, lagging line still above price, but we are touching the conversion line. We actually drove underneath the conversion line yesterday on the hourly. So this is same kind of thing. I think the sell orders were probably happening pretty thick in the beginning portion of yesterday, after some people made maybe like $1.25 on AMC on a day trade, and price started moving down because of those sell orders. But remember, volume was really, really low yesterday, so it's not really anything hugely impactful. Let's see here. What do we have? 6:59. I'm almost late on Pokey Stick. 17,000 going into the Pokey Stick on AMC. We got about 30 seconds left here. And there's our alarm. Wow, that's we had 17 going in. That's a lot of volume. That's a triple. That's more than a triple. That's almost a quadruple. Let me see here. Yep, it's over quadruple the amount of volume that we had in the pre-market on AMC. Ape, I think, was around like 6 or 7 going into it. It's got Ape, on the other hand, over here has 44,000 shares having been traded when we had like 5 or 6 thousand shares going into it. This is some really big volume going through the pokey stick of volume here. So still low volume though. Total 92,000 shares in total for volume for AMC. Ape is at 55,000 shares. I'm gonna have to go really low volume, so 5 to 25, no change on Ape. I'm gonna have to go back down to 10 to 30 on AMC. Expect low volume day today. Oh, you know what? I had yesterday. I had 35 to 55 on volume for AMC. I don't think anybody in their right mind would have been able to predict that volume was going to be that low by the end of the day. Our total volume yesterday ended up being 47.1 million shares. I don't think anybody, I don't think anybody in their right mind would have looked at yesterday and said, "Yeah, we're gonna be at under 50 million shares traded," because we started out with a lot more volume than that right off the get-go in the morning, and that's crazy. I wouldn't have thought. I said 35 to 55, and we ended up hitting 47. It was almost dead nuts right on. Wow. I I gotta stick to my gun. This is why I gotta stick to my gun on the numbers, guys. Oh no. I'm reading through the comments here. Yeah, Jana, he talks before the movie starts, so make sure you get there early. He usually talks before the movie starts, and then after the movie's over, he stands there and greets people as they're leaving. Um, it, I've seen pictures that makes it look like he greets people outside the movie theater. For us, it was inside the movie theater, so you don't really know where it's going to be. Like I actually saw a great spot that would have been a perfect spot where he could have done a meet and greet on the outside of the theater we were at, but he did it inside the movie theater. It would have been really kind of cool because the movie that we were there to see, Elvis, had a like one of those cardboard big cutout things, and it would have been really cool to have that like in the background as we were shaking hands and stuff. But I don't know that he's thinking about photo ops and where he's going to do it at or anything. He just gets up and meets people. Boss Blunt's live had me. I did not catch it yesterday. Once I got off the computer until I got back on with AP, I didn't. My wife. So I went upstairs. She's usually sleeping when I get done with the show, so I go up and sometimes I'll lay down with her for the last like half hour of her rest for the day. And so I went up and I laid down, and then she woke me up before she was getting ready to leave for work. So I skipped dinner. Apparently, I slept through dinner and all of her getting ready for the day, and so I got like a good 2 hour nap in at the very end of the day. I was tired. I crashed hard. So I really didn't watch any videos last night at all. Thor bladed, the volume is very, very high on the Pokey Sticks, which is unusual because they were like quadruple, and on AMC it was like a little over quadruple the amount of volume that we had going into the Pokey Stick. However, on Ape it was like even way more than that. I think we had like 6,000 shares traded going into the Pokey Stick on that one, and we ended up having like 45,000, right? So yeah, it was super high, super super high. I don't even. I haven't been tracking the Pokey Sticks on Ape as well to know if that's like normal or not, but that seems excessively high to me. What I will say is this though. I mean, if you look at the pre-market movement, which starts right here, you can see that there's a lot of what I like to call rabbit pellets, right? So, and that usually identifies that there's like low liquidity, and so sometimes you won't see trades happen until they start or until they're able to start loaning shares out. And the banks do open right at that pokey stick of volume, so there could have been some shares loaned that start creating some volume to get the shares traded that needed to be moved. So that could be part of the reason why. Just super low liquidity. Pre-market volume was just super low for that reason. Same thing goes with AMC. Pre-market open was started right here, and you can see the rabbit pellets right afterwards. Casey, you're such a romantic. I've been told that on occasion, but I don't know why you're saying it though. I don't know what I could have possibly said that would say that. I guess like with the whole like taking a picture in the right spot. I don't know. Maybe. I don't. I'm not really seeing a run today. Although I mean the SPY is up and we should move with it. Um, I don't know. The futures are looking green. Nana says I fell asleep, no lunch, no dinner, slept for 12 hours, 5 a.m. to 5 a.m. or 5 p.m. to 5 a.m. Dang, that's crazy. Monty, thank you for the price prediction. 1501 to 1801, got you down. That is a heck of a prediction there. I don't know if I'm going to be as bullish. I mean, we should move with the market, and our total price combined between AMC and APE is 1607. So it's not. I guess it's not that crazy of a price range. It really isn't. American Trader says, Casey, I left you a little present in Discord. I like it. That's pretty cool. Let me see. I'll get a snapshot of that and throw that up over here. Oh yeah, I forgot. Right now what you're seeing over here is you're seeing Wyckoff theory. Adam was showing me something last night. Man, that is. I don't know where you got that hat from. That's um, you had to pull that from the internet somewhere, but that is pretty cool. I love the glasses. That is pretty cool. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. You know what I appreciate even more than that, though? The fact that your name for Discord is the same thing as YouTube, so I don't have to like try and guess who who put that in there. I'll remember for later. Thank you very much, though. I appreciate that. I hope it didn't take you very long to do. Oh, laying down by the wife during her naps. Yeah. I mean, it's her sleep time. She's got it. She works nights, so it's technically her night schedule. Run AMC says 1490 to 1790. Yeah, Dre Mullen says that Ape pick is dope. I think it's pretty dope too. Yeah, that's one. That's definitely one to save. I wonder. I wonder if I could. Wonder if I should replace my logo for a little while. Oh, I can just call you Dr. Dre. You don't make headphones or have a PhD. Got it. Let me check and see if Adam Aaron's got any new tweets out. I haven't checked lately. Also, I tweeted out the that little presentation that I kind of gave you guys this morning on the spy. I put in Discord and I tweeted it out just so that if people wanted to see some of the data they could kind of go over it. We do have a post by Adam Aaron that I did not see from yesterday. It says in 2009, Avatar was the highest grossing movie of all time. Next week, it's back at AMC theaters to prep us all for Avatar 2. On Friday, September 23rd, I will host an IMAX with laser 3D screening of Avatar at San Fran's AMC Metreon. That's probably Metreon. 16. Join me there. I would assume that that's where I think that's where Jana's gonna go see Adam Aaron is in San Francisco. That's cool. I should tell my son about it. I don't know if he'll be able to. I don't know if he'll be able to get off work or not to go see it, but I should tell him. Maybe I can buy him a ticket. Maybe I can buy him a ticket to go see it. He can go meet. He can go meet Adam Aaron for himself. Maybe I can. Maybe I can overnight him a mug. He can break the handle off and go go deliver a mug for me. Or he could give him. He could even give him one that doesn't have the broken handle this time. Although I would imagine that, much like myself, he would probably accidentally break it. That's cool, Jana. Let us know. Report back to us and let us know how those new digital laser movie screens or movie projectors show up. See if you see a big difference. I'll be curious to find out how you see it. My movie theater has the new laser projectors, and unfortunately, the problem with me is that, and I'm not sure if it's because of my eyesight or what it is, but even way back in the day when TVs went from like VHS to DVD, I couldn't tell a difference, and everybody's like, "How can you not tell a difference?" The only time that I have ever seen a big leap in quality of TV, like image, was when we went to 1080 from whatever it was we were at before. I don't remember what the numbers were before, but when we went to 1080p or I or whatever it was, that's where I noticed the big change because I went over to a friend's house and for Super Bowl Sunday, and I don't remember what year this was, but it was probably like 2005-ish. I'm guessing 2000. No, it was probably 2008. I went over to a friend's house for Super Bowl to just stop by for a second, and he had himself a nice big screen TV with the 1080, and I said I remember specifically it was like halftime or something, and they were showing the stadium. The camera was panning up from the ground level and panning up a way to show like the crowd and everything. And I was like, "There's trash on the field," and he looked at me, kind of was like confused. He's like, "Yeah, what do you mean?" I'm like, "I can't see trash on my TV." He's like, "Yeah, this is what happens when you have like real, when you have an actually good TV." I was like, "Holy crap! There's like tons of trash all over the place. Where's all that trash coming from?" So, I've always had a hard time seeing those leaps and bounds in imagery. CPI in 15 minutes. I thought it was at 8:30. Hold on a second here. What is going on? It says 8:30 Eastern. It says 8:30 Eastern. That is 15 minutes. Never mind. I was thinking 8:30 my time. You're right. 15, less than 15 minutes. Let's see here. I'm trying to look to see unchanged. Okay. Yeah, this is going to be interesting to see what happens. I'm going to stick around long enough. I'm going to take my break closer to after the release of the CPI data, and then I'll take a break. Also, friendly reminder to you guys that this Thursday, Gary Gensler is going to be testifying to the Senate about Senate Banking Committee. So I will try to live stream that if it's possible. Let me just check something out real quick here. I'll see if they've got it pre-scheduled out. Let's see. Usually they have the agendas and what day is that going to be? That should be the 15th. Yeah. Chair Gensler, let's see, reimagining the role of business in the public square. But yeah, we'll see if we can't stream that somehow. Maggie says, Jana, when you meet Adam Aaron, wish him a happy new year for me. That's kind of weird. Why happy new year? Oh, wait, is this? I'm so confused. Why is it happy new? Is this the month for the new year for? I know there's different places have different New Year's. Jewish New Year. Got it. Okay. September 26th. Wait, is that the hold on a second. It'll be close enough. She's gonna see him on the 23rd, so close enough. I guess saying have a happy New Year's 3 days in advance is appropriate. It's the anniversary of the creation of man. Yeah, that's. I was kind of wondering the same thing. Jana's asking if he's Jewish. Oh, I didn't know that. Interesting. I did not know. Combined price of AMC and APE is currently at 16.14. It's a little over $2, a little less than $2 difference from when the split occurred. I'm still thinking about what I'm gonna put in for price prediction for the day today, and I'm kind of leaning towards 14 and a half to 17 and a half. Yeah, I got it, Martin. Arthur, I got it. Pokey stick today, Brian, is so I'm seeing there was low volume going into the Pokey sticks. We had a quadrupling of volume in the one Pokey stick on AMC. On Ape, it was well over that. It was like 8 times, I think, if not more. But the remaining values were still under 100K total on both of them. So I've got 10 to 30 million on AMC and 5 to 25 million on Ape as predictions for the day today. I'm really like I'm really shocked at yesterday. Yesterday was really really shocking for me because I mean we started out on like 150 million. Now I know the mornings are always exceptionally more active in volume than in the afternoons, and so the pace kind of melts away. But to see us start off with over 100, I think it was like 155 pace after the first half hour yesterday, and then finally end up with 47 million shares traded by the end of the day was pretty shocking. I don't think normally it drops that much. That's very unusual. So I mean, I don't think I was even expecting. I was expecting to see maybe like 59 million, maybe 60 million shares traded, but when it hit 47.1 for total volume yesterday, very, very shocking to me. Total volume on, actually, you know what? Let's do that real quick. I'm going to pull up Suck, Squeeze, Bang, Blow. Enter in the data real quick for that, I guess, the last couple days. Apparently, I've missed the last couple days of information. Did I? Oh, no, I'm just missing the 12th. We had 12.4 million shares having been traded through APE yesterday, which was up day over day on volume. Total volume on AMC was up day over day as well. Oops, did not mean to do that. Let's just get rid of that. So we had 2 days in a row where volume and price increased day over day. Yesterday, our total volume between AMC and APE was up by 28%, and price was up day over day. Total price between the two was up over 4.52%. We got about 3 more minutes until the reporting of CPI. Let me just refresh just to make sure it didn't come through. Good morning, Mitch. How you doing? Let's see, we got about 2 minutes left here. I don't want to spam the CPI website because I don't want to I'm sure everybody's spamming it right now, hitting it over. Thing's gonna crash. Everybody wants to know what are the numbers gonna be, up, down? So far, AMC is up 1.76% right now in the pre-market, which is 18 cents. APE is up 1.57%, which is 9 cents up. The SPY is up 0.75% right now. Alrighty, guys, here comes the drum roll. Somebody's going to report it here before. Somebody's going to put it in the chat comment section before I get it out, because I know usually somebody finds it before I do. It always ends up happening that way. And here we go. Oh man. The mark almost instantly, as soon as the minute hit there, you could see price price start moving. Still not seeing any data yet. Monty's gonna want to. I think Monty's gonna be all back, and Monty's gonna come back and be like, "I'd like to give a new price update." Still not seeing any updated numbers. Saint Monet's dad saying 8.3 versus 8.1 expected is coming from Victor. Josh is saying it looks like it came in over. Still not seeing it. Let's see. Let's see if it's AMC or if it's everybody. My guess is, oh, the SPY's already down 1.24%. It went from up 3/4 to being down 1.29. Oh man, you can't make this stuff up. Instant correction. Let me make sure I get Ape in here in the picture. It doesn't seem to be really moving a whole lot in contrast. AMC went from 1040 down to 990 almost. It was pretty quickly. A couple of minutes there, 2 minutes. Starting to get a little bit of a drop now on Ape. It's funny how, just to see how the market reacts to it. CPI data coming out, and then markets just the entire thing, everything just kind of drops a bit. It's just kind of like this kind of price action should have been kind of priced in like days before. SSR for the day to day. Jack is, or the dude says, are they going to trigger SSR? SSR triggers today at $9.20 for AMC. Let me calculate it out real quick for Ape, just because I haven't done that yet. Looks like $5.14 on Ape. Actually, let's make it 5.15 because I think I got to round up. There's a remainder on that. So yeah, I think 5.15 might be the trigger point for Ape. It's a possibility. Let me make sure that I've got my my numbers on here real quick. Gotta put SSR where it's supposed to be. Let's see, we got 920. So 920 SSR could be a possibility. And on Ape, SSR triggers locked. Yeah. At 5.15. Did he tweet something new out? Let's check it out and see. Yes, he did. Adam Aaron just tweeting within the last hour, Eureka in Hycroft's early efforts, the big exploration program there in a decade. They found it. There's more gold in there, and there are hills and more silver, and it's much higher grade than previously known at the site. To my critics in the cheap seats, a feast of crow stew for you. How about them cockles? No, he didn't say that. I would have laughed though if he had. If he had said, "How about them cockles?" That would have been funny. He came close to mentioning a stew recipe there. That dude, they so far the borrowing for the day today has been 800,000 shares. Let me check it real quick again here and see if that's the case. What you're suggesting. Let's see. They returned. So it looks like they borrowed another 250,000 shares. So it's really, really close to a million. Not quite. Oh, no, it is over a million. 800. Yep. 1.05 million. 1.05 million shares haven't been borrowed so far for the day today. You are correct. Okay, so I'm seeing an increase on CPI of 0.1. Crypto down to 21.7. Yeah, I kind of figured it was going to be a temporary rise, but because I really didn't feel like the head and shoulder analysis was wrong. But I mean, we'll see. We still got to watch this. I mean, it did hit a high of 21.7. I suggested 22.7. Actually, may have even hit higher than that. 22.777. 4 sevens, as a matter of fact, 22.7777777. But yeah, it's dropping back down within the thresholds that I had suggested that we needed to kind of see. So um, looks like we're getting that temporary run up, run up, and then now running back down. So I'm still expecting to see some downwards movement on this. I think this is like kind of the last hurrah before this thing kind of hits that 19.4 level and then breaks through. Glenn broke the golden rule. Let's see. Glenn, take care, man. Yeah, I just read the information for yep, not a problem. Thanks for pointing it out to me. The apes and me salutes the apes and you. Appreciate it. Balaclava, man, long time no see. I'm doing good. How are you doing? See, that's Mega Johnny's pointing out the thing that I was kind of saying earlier was is that that's kind of why I laugh a little bit at like CPI. It's like everybody like this should have been for the market, right? Assuming that the market's doing what it's supposed to do, they should have had CPI priced in like a week ago, or maybe even within the last couple well, I'd say last week. They should have had CPI priced in. But what's and this is why I find it funny. Mega Jana says, so who woke up and looked at CPI and said, I think I'm going to sell today. This is what I'm talking about. Like the market legitimately is not doing the work that it's supposed to be doing. Nobody decided that they were going to sell off everything the minute that the CPI data started getting reported. This isn't real trading here, guys. This is the market simply putting on a performance. Yeah, we have to move the price based off of news. It's laughable. Hey, you're always welcome, Balaclava, anytime you want. Donald said the CPR alarm woke up all the trolls. That's funny. Charles Payne just tweeted the same thing about the market. This is what I'm talking about. Like this kind of crap. Like this doesn't happen. It just let me check out Charles. I'm glad Charles Payne's tweeting it out because I mean this is a show. I want to see what he said. Breaking news: CPI number is out. Inflation hotter than experts expected at 8.3 from a year ago. Once again, Main Street knew the number would be hotter than Wall Street. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Yeah, Josh says lots of people recently being publicly bullish about the whole market tends to mean a sell-off is coming, whatever reason institutes can find. I am in complete agreement with you, Josh, and I've been trying to say this, like I've been trying to beat it in. I've been trying to beat this down and be like, guys, this is not a bullish run. There are no signs that indicate that there's a bull run coming. In fact, just the opposite. And there was a sentiment in both retail and media. Mainstream media was trying to turn this into a bull rally is coming. Even Payne last week had I saw a video where Payne was talking about a potential bull run. And I was sitting there going like, man, I can't believe even Payne's saying this. Like, I mean, it was kind of weird. It was surreal to. I mean, Payne's kind of one of the guys now where I feel like he sees the bigger picture, and even he was starting to push it. It didn't feel comfortable because he got done with one segment where he was saying the market's not looking that great, but on the other hand, here's this bullish run coming, and it's just I was sitting there going like, it was like he was talking out of both sides of his mouth, almost like somebody told him he had to say the part about a bullish run or something, and he had to throw it in there. It was like you got to throw this in. Arthur says we knew yesterday was a fake bull run, right? We saw the VIX up 4% yesterday, 4.75% yesterday on upwards movement on the SPY. That doesn't happen, right? That means the futures are looking crappy. So why up? Doesn't make sense, right? All this stuff. Like, you want to know why I laugh? Because we talk about it. We talk about it on a daily basis, and it's like, here it is. This is it. We're seeing it, just like we thought it was going to happen. We had SPY up 3/4 in the pre-market, 0.75%, and now it's down 1.7. Flipped completely the other direction. And then on top of that, we also had futures showing indications that we were looking at 0.75% up. The VIX was down. I think it was 1 3/4. We now have futures showing downwards momentum. A red open futures here. We're looking at somewhere between 1 to 2%. There's kind of a little bit of a spread here. 1 to 2% down on market open, with the VIX being up 4%. 4% right now on the VIX. Doug, good morning. It is down. CPI is down 0.1, Doug. I don't know where you're getting 0.75 or 1 from, but the CPI data is down, or sorry, not down, up 0.1. Well, Jack, I've been trying to tell you guys for a long time that this market's taken a major crapping. So I'm sad to hear that you lost money. I don't want to see retail lose money, but I've been saying this for a while. I can't say it loud enough. This market is tanking. I did an entire presentation this morning, first thing, about where we're heading to and what the outlooks are showing, what all the indicators are saying. So you can't say that you haven't been warned. People have been trying to tell you for I've been trying to tell you for a year now that this has been coming. I've been telling you for a year that this market is going to be heading down. Mega Johnny says zero point 0.2 overestimated. Jeffrey says, Casey, you think the PPT will come out when Gary Gensler speaks? I don't know, man. That's a good question. Jack, I'm not giving you advice. You do what you think is right. I'm telling you what I think the market's going to do. What you decide to do on your own is your choice, right? You've got to make that decision. You got to pull up your big boy pants and make your own choices. But I'm telling you right now that this market is not looking good. It's looking really, really crappy. And the futures are indicating all kinds of terrible nastiness coming our way. I think the bottom on the SPY is somewhere between 215 and 245. So just take it for what it's worth. If you don't see the indicators that I'm seeing, buy into it then, I guess. It's your choice. But I'm telling you right now that this market is not stable. I will say this, Jack. If I can go back in my time machine, back to 2001, 24-year-old me, I think I was 24 around that time. 24-year-old me, I'd have gone back in time, and when I had already lost a ton of money, a third of my money out of the market, I would have gone back in time and said, don't change anything. It's too late. You've waited too long. Hold your position, and because you've got plenty of years left before you're going to retire, you can weather out a downturn in the market, and you'll be just fine later on as long as you hold your position. Make smarter moves with some of your new money that you're putting in. That's what I would have, if I could go back in time and talk to myself back in 2001. I can't do that. I can only make changes going forward. I can only do things now to affect what's going to happen to me in the future. So in 2008, I got out earlier. 2001, I learned a big lesson. 2008, I got out early. I held, and I got out early. This time, I'm doing a little something more proactive. I'm investing in something that I think is a good investment. So you're gonna have to do your own thing though. I can't tell you what to do. All right, guys, I'm gonna take a break. Let me put up the message and everybody's position is going to be different, right? Oops, it's 8:15, not 7:15. Everybody's position is going to be a little different, right? Like if I could go into the future and talk to myself in the future and say, hey, you're 5 years away from retirement or you're at retirement, what should you do? It would kind of depend, right? It would depend on where I'm at in my life in life where I see my expectations, how risky I can be with my money. There's a lot of different things you can do, but it depends for every single person. Every single person's got a different stage of their life that they're in, and the actions that they're going to take are going to be different for each person. But you have to kind of look at your position and figure that out for yourself. Decide what you're willing to weather through, what you're not willing to weather through, and make or commit to the actions that are appropriate for that. Uh, it depends. Well, Doug, as far as the pokey stick of volume goes, we had 74,000 on AMC. It was like a quadrupling of the total amount of volume that occurred. I think that was the pokey stick. Yeah, yeah. It was 74,000. It was a quadrupling of the total amount of volume that occurred up to that point, just slightly more than quadrupling. I'm expecting low volume today, 10 to 30 million on AMC. On APE, the total amount of volume that occurred was 45,000. I think we had like 6,000 shares going into it. So, you know, 8 times the amount of volume in that one single minute. I wouldn't. What I would never do, Doug. It would be a major mistake on your part to look at the total amount of volume in that minute to determine what the day is going to look like. It's the total amount of volume up to that minute that counts the most. And both of them, both AMC and APE were under 100K. And to me, that's pretty high indicator that or high probability that we're gonna have low volume for the day. So we're looking at like 10 to 30 million shares traded on AMC and APE gonna be somewhere between 5 to 25 million. So, but I think it would be a pretty big mistake to look at the minute of volume and make the judgment based off the minute solely. Don't worry about it, Flat Earth's Dad. It happens. It happens. We'll still love on him even though he's a little frustrated. It's okay. We got you. Alrighty, guys. I'm gonna take my break. I will see you guys on the other side of break here, and we'll get this market started eventually. Just not today. See you guys in a little bit.
Struggling to find the perfect music for your productions? Musicvine is home to the best production music in the world for productions that demand more. License a higher quality of music with Musicvine.
Love Upbeat? Upgrade to Premium for just $6.99 a month to get unlimited downloads, premium tracks, and whitelist your YouTube channel. Unleash your creativity with Upbeat Premium.
Alrighty, guys, I'm back. Let me get the music off here. All right, so I'm doing my price predictions right now, and I'm just kind of looking at the Ichimoku cloud and potential price movements, especially with CPI being up and or higher than expected. And I'm quite frankly going to price in 1350 to 1650 as my price prediction for the combined price between APE and AMC for the day today. I know Monty had a little bit higher price. I have a feeling he'll probably maybe want to reprice that out. Keto's coming in at 1339 to 1639. Just now reading that. Let's see, Keto got you down 1339 to 1639. I'm gonna send a message to Monty real quick here, just because I want to make sure that he see if he doesn't want to change. Doug's going 1316, not changing. The latest numbers are up 0.1% on CPI. It increased 1% seasonally adjusted and rose 8.3% over the last 12 months. 12 months, not seasonally adjusted. The index for all items less food and energy increased 0.6% in August and up 6.3% over the year. Per the link to CPI website. A couple different reasons, Vince. There's not a whole lot of support on some of the technicals. So the technicals are really kind of indicating that there's going to be a drop in value today. And I would suggest, and it's funny too, because I was on Twitter. I only saw Edwards' posts so far, but I know there's a lot of, I didn't see just his, but he's the only one I commented on. There's going to be a lot of downwards movement in price today that's going to be priced into the market. Expected perhaps, with low liquidity, expected perhaps when we see synthetic price failures be tripped within the next day to two. Also, SSR being tripped as well to create more liquidity. But part of the reason is that we just got CPI data in, and inflation is still a problem. HYMC is up 19.64%. VIX is up 4% in the pre-market. So the market's heading down. That's why. I mean, that's the real simple answer for you: is the market's heading down. That's the answer. But the single word that I texted to, or that I responded to Edwards' tweet was single acronym: ETFs. ETFs are going to lose value across the board, and as that happens, that affects the individual stock prices themselves. So do expect to see, movement down. I mean, VTI, for example, right now, VTI is down 2.31%. VTI is Vanguard's ETF for AMC. And the largest, I believe that's the largest holding ETF for AMC, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, that's the biggest holder. And it's down 2.25% right now. So that's technically really what's happening. MC Prosperity, I hope you're doing well today. Thank you very much for wishing me well. Nasir says this market and the numbers is just a Ponzi scheme, but I'm staying positive and holding. I am too. I mean, I'm laughing at this. This is the first time, in 2001, 2008, I didn't laugh. This is the first time that I've been able to laugh at a market that's in recession. I don't think I ever would have laughed at it in the past, but this time it was so predictable and so easy to see coming. Even a caveman could have seen this. it's been painfully obvious for a while now. You want to know how easy it was to see this coming?
That was easy.
It's as easy as hitting the red button. Tom D says Ray Charles saw it coming. Yeah, it really was. Thanks, Tom. It was a good joke, man. It's a good joke. I don't know if Ray Charles laughed. I don't know. I don't know if he can joke about that, but I laughed. I thought it was funny. Cassius says, "Look, guys, this is transitory." Oh man, that's good stuff. This is One Love for Life says, we can laugh because we're in a play that will benefit us. What a great hedge. I am in agreement with you. I'm in total agreement with you. And I think it's exciting. It's exciting to me because, the first time I got screwed, the second time I weathered it. And now the third time I've learned my lesson from the first two times, and I'm seeing things differently than I did the first two times. So it's like I feel like it's a victory lap, because it's like, yes, I finally saw it coming in advance and was prepared for it. I can't say that I got into AMC and GME when I did because I was, prepared for a market recession. That's not really what I was thinking at the time, but ultimately I knew that that's what ended up needing to have happen in order for, margin calls to occur. The money has to come from someplace, and it doesn't just come from nowhere. It doesn't come out of pocketbooks. It comes out of something. So, this is the inevitable. Nikki saying AMC implied volatility is 117.7. Yes, Nikki, we did talk about it this morning. Dana says turns out there was gold in them darn hills. Yep. Oh shoot, it's time to get the market open started here. I will see you guys on the other side. Shoot. I'm running late here. Here we go.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and then. Okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, a negative return.
your plastic from your cash. When on the side of the track, you know the way back, but I know you. You know you're stripping from your pain. You know you're sinning from your sin. Whenever heaven's doors are shut, you get them open, but I know you. Give me steam, and how you feel can make it real. Real as any place you've been. Get along with the dreamer's dream. Stay back. So stay back. Can't you see I've lost control? I'm getting indiscreet. You're moving in so close, and I'm picking up this heat. This heat. Give me steam. I'm how you feel can make it real. Real as anything you've seen. Get along with the dreamer's dream. You know you're green from your red. You know the quick from the dead. So much better than the rest. You think you'd be blessed, but I know you. You know your letter from your snake. You know the throttle from the brake. You know your straight line from a curve. You've got a lot of nerve, but I know you. Give me steam. I'm how you feel can make it real. Real as any place you've been. Get along with the dreamer's dream. Everybody knows dial, hold your breath, count to 5, act slap, booby trap, cover it up in bubble wrap, room shake, earthquake, find a way to stay away. It's gonna blow, it's gonna break. This is more than I can take. Oh yeah, I need steam. Feel the steam around me. Help me, yeah. Ready to steam and all down. Ready from the wheel to the pole. Morning bubbling, 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 bubbling like it's coming through the bowl. And there's steam, lady. Just give me some steam.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and APE, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Screw them! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo, eat crayons for breakfast, and rock strong. All right. Title for the day today, guys. We got to talk about it. I always talk about it every single time I do the morning and the openings. Monthly indicators for SPY do not look good. What does this mean? I posted this for anybody who wants to find this information. You can find it on Twitter. You can find it on the Discord. I posted some of this information that I'm about to cover. So if you want to go back and you want to reference it, you'll be able to find the information there. But let me show you what it is I'm talking about. I'm going to take you guys. I know you want to see price action right now, but I got to talk to you about this. I think this is really interesting to see. I'm going to take you to the single screen here, and let's check this out real quick here. Let me show you what I'm talking about. SPY has dropped from this morning from 413 down to 400, I believe. 415. It was at 415 down to 400, 15-point drop already. It's down day over day 2.45%. Let me show you the monthly. Let me get rid of the Bollinger Bands here real quick. Let me show you the monthly. Now, we've covered these indicators for a very long time, so I'm going to open them up here just a little bit bigger so you can see them on the screen just a tad bit better. And then we're just going to look at RSI and Vortex Indicator. We're going to go back in time here. We're going to go back in time to December of 2000. One of the very first times on SPY that we were able to see that I can track back to. Where selling pressure exceeds buying pressure, and you have a divergence of this indicator. 12/29, the very end of 2000, right? The reporting month for 2000. If you come up here and you look at where RSI is on the page here, right at that point in time, RSI was at about 49.50-ish, right around middle point, right? So right dead center. Price at the time for the SPY was running at a high of, closed at 105, right? Closed at 105 at that point and dropped to as low as 61. So we have, basically a 40, I think it was a 49% drop in price from that point. From that point when you see the crossover, 49%. You come forward, you look a little bit forward in time here. You move to the next time where we had like a really big move in price, where it went from a high to a low. You see also on the RSI recovery in the market, and then you see it cross back over here. On this crossover specifically, I do want to note it was the last time it crossed over back here in 2000, 2000, it was a hard cross through, right? Like there was no retest. If you move forward to this cross through here in 2008 to January of 2008 to June of 2008, you can see it crosses through, does a retest of buying, and then drops out. So at this point though, where it initially crosses over, RSI right here is right around 48, 49. It's real close to 49. That was real close to where it was prior when we looked at it. The actual drop through point right here, the last retest, it goes up to as high as 51 before dropping out and seeing a bottom. The bottom on this hits right here with a low of 53. Price going into this drop was 117. So you're looking at I think it was like a 40, I think it did the math, it was like 41 or 42% drop in price. So 49 before, now you got like a 41% drop in price. The average between those two would be like a 45, 46% drop. I think the number I ended up using was a 45% point. So looking at current times, right? You see the recovery here, and we've had a cross through right here. This was actually 2016. It crossed through, retested, and had more buying pressure. Even COVID never actually crossed over. COVID being right here, this is COVID, never actually even crossed over. We have a crossover right here. This point in time, RSI at this point in time is 47. You have a retest right here with RSI sitting at 50. Now you're starting to see a divergence of these two numbers with RSI heading in both, with Vortex Indicator heading in different directions. It looks to me very, very similar to 2008. Very, very similar. Remember that 45% that I averaged out from the crossover initial point. The crossover initial point in price is 415. That's our high. So I'm calculating a 45% drop in price from 415. I'm estimating that our floor, the floor of the SPY, is going to be somewhere between 215 and 245. That's the bottom, I think. I really do believe that. Now, I came to these numbers without looking to see if there was support there at all. I just kind of derived those numbers from what I just showed you. And so what I want to show you now is what does 215 to 245 look like on the charts. And what I want you to see is that at COVID happened and found support right at 212 and started moving back up at I would say it started really moving back up at around 241. I think that's our bottom. I really do think that I think there's a potential for that to be the bottom of 215 and 245. That's a long ways away, guys. It's a long ways away from where we're at right now, but I do think that we could to end up seeing a 45% drop in price. And that's, I think, where we're heading to. And I'm just using technical analysis to try and come up with a number that is similar to what we've seen from past historicals. And I think that's what we're looking at right now. Now, I'm going to throw one more thing in here. You're not supposed to use Ichimoku Cloud it's supposed to be a day trading thing. You use it on like 1 hour and 4 hours. I always tell you guys, don't look at it 1 minute, 10 minutes, like it's worthless. You need to look at it on 1 hour, 4 hour. But I want to show you something because the Ichimoku, I'm going to call it Ichimoku for this because I think it's worthy of calling it by its real name. The Ichimoku Cloud is really important indicator that can tell you momentum swings. Remember, price likes to move down through green clouds, up through red clouds, down through green clouds, up through red clouds. We have not had a red cloud since 2013, the recovery of 2008. There's not been a red cloud since, meaning that price has to move through a green cloud to have a recovery. It's a long time to not have some kind of change in direction of price. Inflation. There was a period of time here in COVID where we tried to test the cloud, but never broke through. If price were to break through the cloud, that 215 to 245 number looks like it would break down through the cloud, through a thin portion, which it likes to do. We're close. I think we're very close. I think there is still some time left, but I think we're very, very close. There's some additional data in the tweets that I put out earlier in reference to weekly indicators and how you can see some different numbers as well there in the clouds, like the difference in heights of clouds. For example, because we don't have a red cloud currently, if you take this to a weekly interval, what you can see is that if you come back to some of these other dates, 2001, 2008, you can kind of measure out the red cloud portion, and you can come up with some numbers. You can say like, okay, on the thickest portions of the cloud, what was the difference between the leading A and leading B numbers? And back in 2000 time frame, or the 2000 market crash, we had or recession. You had like a 20. I think there's a 20-point spread in here somewhere. Nope, it was a 10-point spread, I think. 10-point spread there. 2008 was the 20-point spread, 64 to 84. So the cloud was much bigger here. For COVID, as an example, here's COVID right here. You have a 10-point spread. We don't have a red cloud yet on the monthly, but when you turn this into a weekly indicator, our current cloud spread is a 19-point spread. Our future on this cloud here is a 19-point spread, which is very similar to 2008. So this is pretty telling to me. Pretty telling. On the weekly, we've already moved down through the green cloud. So anyways, that's a little presentation I wanted to put together for you guys for this morning. Like I said, if you want access to see some of my data and research, you can go to Twitter or you can find it on Discord. Either one, I don't care. You don't have to push it. It's not something I want to push. It's just I'm just kind of pointing it out to you guys so you're aware of what's going on. Why is the market doing what the market is doing? Let's see here. I'm gonna get the Bollinger Bands back up. For today. Hey, thanks, Javi. I appreciate it, man. For today, in regards to AMC and APE, I would not be surprised to see SSR being tripped at some point today or tomorrow. I mentioned to you guys, I think last Friday, no, I think I mentioned to you last Thursday or Friday that it was only going to be a temporary 1 or 2 day trend upwards on, according to again, using that Ichimoku cloud as well, that it was only going to be a 1 or 2 day movement. Here it is, showing it to you again, that it was going to be a very short upwards price movement, and I could tell that basically from the beginnings of seeing touch points here, especially yesterday when you saw a major touch point in conversion line here. You can already see the lagging line is dipping into the price line. So this kind of becomes a sell signal here. Price is below the base. So we may be moving back down through the cloud. You move down through green clouds, up through red. So I could see a potential movement here if we throw up all my indicators here. Here's SSR. SSR tripping at $9.20. It goes right through the middle of the cloud right there, where I could see us like maybe perhaps moving into that target range today. The VIX, I'm noticing the VIX is now only up 1.59, so we may be seeing a little bit of a reversal in the market. We may be seeing the price protection, the plunge protection team. I call it price protection team. we may be seeing the plunge protection team hard at work here. Let's take a look at the SPY. It's down 2.16. The VIX just jumped up 3.02. Definitely getting some volatility here. Alex Riviera says, what happened Hycroft Mining? Adam Aaron put out a tweet this morning. If you follow Adam Aaron, you can see what he wrote there. He said, Eureka, and Hycroft's early efforts, the biggest exploration program there in a decade. They found it. There's more gold in them Dar hills and more silver, and it is much higher grade than previously known at the site. To my critics in the cheap seats, hashtag a feast of crow stew for you. I told Adam Aaron, I said it would be really cool to see Adam Aaron put his favorite crow recipe page number as his to his critics that he has. That'd be kind of cool. Apparently, stew is the one he chose. not based off of what I said, but he's choosing stew. Oh, Anthony says Flat Earth is spewing garbage on Booksy's stream. I wonder if he got promoted, or is that a promotion or demotion? I feel like that's probably a promotion. He got promoted. He got promoted to Booksy's channel. That's crazy. So who's the shill for this channel now? Who's our new shill? If he got promoted to Booksy, who got demoted, or who's the new guy? Scott says you had it right. Price protection team. I mean, that's kind of what it comes down to. Arthur posted something in my in my Discord earlier. Oh, by the way, guys, look at this. The American Trader posted this up for me here. That is such a cool picture. I think it's great, man. I kind of want to change my icon here. I might try it out on Twitter first, see if how people take that. But yeah, the one thing that I try not to do too often is change my icons because I know people kind of like see that and then they like associate things to them. But I think this might be a good representation of me. Why not? But let me show you something new here. This is what Arthur posted, and I think this is a very true statement. Non-believers, there's not going to be a short squeeze, and then me over here saying, yet here you are. This is so true. It's so true. Like why in the world are they here to talk to us if they truly and honestly don't believe there's going to be a short squeeze? It's a good point, and yet here it tells us everything that we need to know. It tells us everything we need to know. It's Doug. Well, we got Doug's. I think it's Doug. I think Doug was out this morning. He got the ban. No, you did good this morning, Arthur. I thought that was really stinking funny, man. It made me laugh because it's so true. Javi the Great says it just needs a tramp in the background. What kind of tramp? It needs a big tramp. HYMC 33%. Yeah, 35%. It's still it's still rocking, rock strong, rock strong. Up over a dollar, up over a dollar already. What does anybody remember the price that AMC got in at? Was it 108, 109? Are we right at the price where AMC got in at? I can't remember. Or was it 116? I don't remember. It's been too long. Sometimes I forget those small number, like not because it's small number, but like anything that's got a decimal point, I forget those kind of numbers. Buzzin says, I bet the off exchange is going crazy-o. We'll check it out here in 5 minutes. They Javi, that seems. Are you sure? Because I feel like they got in a little bit. I feel like they got in lower than 120. I'm pretty sure it was lower than one. Maggie's saying 119. It might have been 119. It could have been 119. That actually kind of does. And I know that's only a penny difference. So Javi, good if good job on the 120 because it could have been 119. I don't recall though. I'd have to go back and take a look at their filings. Let's do that. Let's go back and check it out. We got 4 minutes left here, anyways. AMC SEC filings. Let's see here what we got. Let's see, what month was that? I know, I can just go over here. It would have been right around the beginning of March. The beginning of March would have been the time frame. So let me go back to March. Beneficial ownership. Let's go to the amended statement of beneficial ownership and does it say an average price? I don't see an average price here. Give me 1 second. It's probably in the other. It's probably in the other filing. I'm pretty sure. I think it was Maggie that said 1.19. I'm pretty sure that's the right number. Just want to verify. I'm not. It's not. I'm not. It's not that I don't doubt you. It's not that I doubt you. It's that I just want to verify it. So let's go with the statement of beneficial ownership. Yeah, it's probably not going to be in here either. It's the same kind of filing. Yeah, I don't remember. I don't remember where. I could probably find this on the quarterly report where they state how much it was that they purchased in at or what price. But I think 119 sounds familiar. So it's getting really close to getting back to that value, which is good because that'll show up as a oh, here it is. I just found it. It is in the first one. Unit of 119.3. 1.193 was their purchase price per unit. Dylan the crackhead says, when is the pump happening? In regards to MG Toast saying, let's go. In regards to what? Nikki's saying if IV gets any lower, good chance of a run up. We got 1 minute left here, guys. I'm really excited to kind of see these numbers. Yeah, Javi, I agree, man. That is close enough. It's a penny. Who cares, right? Close enough. 120, 119, don't matter. It's all the same thing. Michael says, Casey, did you ever figure out what the difference was other than price of the HY? Was other than the like how much are the warrants worth? Is that what you mean? I'm actually not sure. I'm not a warrants expert. I don't know too much about warrants. I'm just going to go ahead and throw it out there right now, Michael, that I really don't. So the answer is no. The answer to your question is no. I mean, I'd have to do some digging. I could probably figure it out pretty quickly, but I don't know the answer off the top of my head. Two-factor authentication, guys. If you don't have it, you may want to set it up for your account, as it helps keep somebody. It can help keep somebody out of your account that you don't want to be in your account. All right, let's take a look at our numbers here. Taking you guys over to the other screen. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. So bear with me as I go through these numbers here, and just realize that it's going to take me a little bit to get back to where it is I can see what you guys are writing. Starting in the top left-hand side of the screen. Let me see. Actually, I'm going to move a couple pages around first here. Give me 1 second. Move that. And I think final page would be this one. Alrighty. Starting in the top left-hand side of the screen. What do we got going on here? Price prediction tally points. Everybody got a point from yesterday who did a price prediction. Monty, Eric, myself, Keto, we all got price prediction tally points. This is not financial advice. This is just four guys trying to figure out what price is going to be on a daily basis, trying to keep yourself sharp. But I've got, for price prediction for the day today, I've got 1350 to 1650. Eric's got 1430 to 1730. Keto's got 1339 to 1639. And Monty has 1501 to 1801. There's a little bit of a spread going on there. I will note that our current combined price, actually, I'm not going to note that. We'll take a look at the current combined price here in just a minute. Moving on to True Demons, MOASS trigger indicators. Short exempt volume for the day was up on both AMC and APE significantly. I think both. And I don't know, significantly might be too strong of a word, but substantially. How's that? 421.2 thousand on AMC and 82.6 on APE. Utilization at 100%. We're 150 straight trading days of 100% utilization on AMC. Ape dropped by quite a few percent. I think it was like 9%, 7, 8, 9%. I don't know, somewhere around there. I think it was like 88 point something down to 81. So I guess 7%. 7% down from to 81.37%. Drop my pen. And day-over-day price increase. We had a 5.14% increase on AMC and 3.44 for APE. I'm giving it 2 out of 3 days to meet the indicator. If we're over 5% today, we would get 3 of 3. So we're probably, we may not see that. It's not in the cards. Max Pain is down. We started out the week at 15. Max Pain's down to 14 for the day today. Off exchange is, let's take a look at these numbers. Normally by this time in the morning on off exchange, I would expect to see about 44% and EDGX to be somewhere between 10 and 11%. Let's see what we got going on here for AMC. We got 50.4 on off exchange, very, very high. Chicago-based options exchange EDGX is showing 16.86% for a grand total of 67.26% of our volume going through those two exchanges. So that is definitely elevated numbers. Taking a look at APE, same rules apply. Off exchange currently at 61.04 and EDGX is at 12.17 for a grand total 73.21% of our volume going through those two exchanges. Extremely high numbers. We did see a 79%, I think it was yesterday, which was super high. Considering we have low volume and low price, it's odd to see this much volume going through those off exchanges, but it's happening. Taking a look at institutional ownership. Yesterday, it was 154.565. So far for the day, I've not seen a change on that. In fact, I just refreshed it. It's still the same. We're not going to be getting any 13F filings anytime soon, so expect this to kind of stay right there for a while. Let's take a look at least for the next month and a half or so, I think. Let's take a look at Ortex data. Moving up to the top right-hand side of the screen on AMC. So far for this morning, we're getting a reporting of a return of 3.27 million shares. That's going to have a decreasing effect on the short share interest of the free float, which is at 19.71. You guys will notice that it's substantially lower than the 21, 22 that we had in the last day. The exchange reported short interest got reported today, and we're seeing lower numbers because of it. So estimates were a little bit high based off the numbers that are being reported now. Cost of borrow average is down a little bit today to 19.98%, and shares on loan day over day decreased by about 700,000 shares to 194.56 million shares on loan. I do want to state that with the correction of short interest, we currently have, I had to add everything together, a return of about 8 million, and this is spread out over the last 15 days, but an additional 8 million in closed short interest that occurred. So that's going to be because of that estimated short share interest is showing an actual value that's lower. Taking a look at APE. Hold on one second. Okay. So far in APE, it's showing a borrow of 328,000 shares. And that's going to raise the estimated short share interest of the free float to 6.1%. Cost of borrow right now is 8.77. Shares on loan for the day today is 35.36 million shares. That's a decrease of 800,000 shares in short interest day over day. Utilization is a little bit down, like I said, to 81.37%. Security lending, we'll cover the rest of those numbers here in just a minute. The visual breakdown of those. Let's take a look at options. Highest amount of volume on AMC1 options is currently at a $19 strike price. Yesterday it was $12. And this is for calls. There's currently 282 contracts opened in volume. For puts, the highest amount of volume is, just want to move up a little bit to make sure I wasn't looking at the wrong one, at a $16 strike price. Yesterday it was 15, so that's up. Market kind of indicating maybe a closing price somewhere between $16 and $19 today. There's currently 38 contracts at $16 strike. All right, so this is what utilization looks like for 100 straight trading days of 100% utilization. There it is. Zooming in just a tad bit here to see what our current numbers look like. There's your on loan amount dipping slightly from 195.24 day over day to 194.56. That should have a decreasing effect on, increasing effect on loan average age per day. It did. Went from 42.17 to 44.94. Short share interest of the free float, again, like I said, it got corrected due to exchange reported short interest coming in a little bit lower than what they were anticipating, even though it was a rise from, let's see, what do we have here? 89.15 million exchange shorted shares to 102.88. Security lending volume on AMC dropped by half, roughly, from 19.41 million to 10.93 million. Here's your utilization drop day over day on APE. On loan average age per day is going to continue to peak. Short share interest of the free float dropping slightly. And security lending volume on APE day over day was pretty close to the same. It rose just slightly from 17.39 to 17.63. Combined price of AMC and APE currently at $15.45. Getting what appears to be a little bit of a did I get the right? Okay, I got it. What appears to be perhaps a ooh, this is a fatty line. Looks almost like, let me unlock this here. Get rid of that. Get off here. No magnet. I don't want magnet. No. No. Let me change my line. This is why I don't use, how do I get rid of this? This is why I don't use TradingView. The options are obvious. Like, I don't want a magnet on here, but it won't let me change it. It's like it just requires me to have a magnet. It's like I don't want a magnet. I should click magnet and it should come off, but it doesn't. Whatever. Anyways, it looks to me like we got a little bit of a little bit of a bullish. Maybe if I delete this. A bullish triangle. So you might see three to four tests of the top line here before breaking out, going up further. Again, this is the combined price of AMC and APE together. It's at 1547. Orders by Fidelity customers. So far, oh man. Let's see. So far, AMC is coming in 22nd most heavily traded stock with 59% buys to 41% sales. GME is coming in 25th with 63% buys to 37% sales. And APE is coming in 29th with 69% buys to 31% sales. Good numbers today. I like it. It's much better than yesterday's numbers. Trigger price for SSR for the day-to-day on AMC is $9.20. For APE, it's $5.15. Oops, let me finish the rest of this data. Shares available to borrow. Earlier, we saw them borrow another 250,000 shares. So far, since earlier this morning, it's only been returns and fees are 18.2%. Total amount of shares having been borrowed according to Stock Tracker for the day-to-day is 1.05 million. Just kind of have this up here just because I want to kind of point out the futures on the market right now. Looks like the VIX is up 7.7% in the futures, with the market being down somewhere between 2.5% to 3.5%. Ooh, that is rough looking. That is rough. You know what that's like? That's like sandpaper. That's like a cat's tongue rough. Meow. Meow. NASDAQ is down 3.21. Dow Jones is down 2.28. S&P 500 is down 2.57. We have 5,361 decliners to 1,340 advancers. This market is hot lava. Watch out because the floor is going to burn you. Woof. Wait. I got to tell you guys a joke. No. That's insensitive. I'm telling it anyways. How do you make a cat bark? How do you make a cat bark? I'll come back for an answer. I'll come back for answers here in a minute because I'm almost done with this. VIX is up 5.4%. VTI is down 2.63. IWD is down 2.12. Tesla is down 2.7. Amazon down 5.16. Cinemark is down 1.58. Doge is down 4.75. Bitcoin is down 5.29. GME is down 4.07. HYMC is up 28.29%. HOOD is down 1.41. NCMI is down 2.75. APE is down 0.87. And AMC is down 4.01. AMC so far this morning, we have roughly $4 million, roughly $4 million more in outflow than inflow, with 8.88 million shares having been traded after 46 minutes. Putting us on a pace for 75.45 million shares by the end of the day today. I suggested in pre-market somewhere between 10 to 30 million. It was very, very, very low pre-market volume. Excessively high trades made after or for the pokey stick. We had a quadrupling on AMC. On the hour interval, there is more. I think, there's slightly more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 47.19, which is just slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of, man, these numbers, this is really low down here. I can't see it. With an RSI of 40.15, which is below average. On a 5-minute interval, we have more equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 47.79, which is slightly below average. On APE, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure by about less than $2 million. It's more like 1.3 million. Volumes at 2.88 million shares having been traded so far. Let's see what kind of pace we're on. We're on pace for about 23.8 million shares traded for the day today. We're halfway to my bottom number of 5 million shares traded. And our pace is already within the 25, so I think we should hit somewhere between 5 to 25 unless we have some kind of unforeseen volume movement today. Taking a look at the 1 hour, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 50.53, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 46.95, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 56.14, which is slightly above average. Taking a look at the 1 hour Ichimoku for both AMC and APE. Ignore the blue line here. I didn't know where to put it. I just kind of put it where I felt like we saw like a thinnest portion of the cloud for Ichimoku, but kind of ignore that. On the Ichimoku for AMC, conversion line has dropped below base. Price is still below the baseline, and lagging line is above price line. So a lot of a lot of uncertainty here. It's not the indicator does not look good, but I see a reversal happening off of what appears to be a bottom down here around 536 for Ape. It's unclear where. I mean, conversion line dropping below baseline does not show strong support for the futures. We'll see if we trade mostly sideways today and then move through the cloud sideways from where we're at. Looking at AMC on the hourly, same kind of deal going on here. Lagging line is above price line, but however the conversion line is dropped below base. Prices below both conversion and baseline. So we kind of have like unless we enter into the cloud, with the conversion line moving through the baseline, it's not looking good. But we could see, with a move like this, we could see a red cloud form here in the near future and turn back into a green cloud. So we might see just some kind of lateral movement for a day or two. And with that, I'm ready to accept guesses for how you make a cat bark, or yeah, how you make a cat bark. Hold on, this is such a bad joke. It's such a bad joke. This is like a fifth grader's joke. Well, hopefully not, but hold on a second here. I got to get you guys on the right page. All right, let's see what you guys got in for questions. Rizla got the answer. It was the first thing that I read too. Hold it over a flame. Woof. Rizla, oh yeah, to Grave got it. Kittleson got it too. Hold it over a flame. Set it on fire. Yep. Woof. It's a bad joke, guys. It's a bad joke. Don't tell. I just forgot his name. Don't tell the cat dude. You know who I'm talking about. I always forget his name. Why do I always forget his name? I like that guy so much. He's the older gentleman that's got the cats. Don't tell him I said these. I always tell jokes like exploding kitten and stuff like that. Doug's got 13 to 16. Who else got the? I know who the. Brian Carpenter says exploding kitten. Poof. Close enough. That's close to a bark, I guess. Michael Robert said, poor Booksy yesterday, his voice went up high when he was defending his TA after Flat Earth insulted his lines. Those guys they're just looking for a rise out of people. You can't give it to them. But yeah, do remember, guys, you have the ability to be able to block whoever it is that you want to in these chat rooms. Like anytime you're in a chat room on anybody's YouTube channel, you have that ability. All you got to do is click on their name and then hit you want to hide the user's comments. Karen says, "Cat lady here. I'm not mad." Thank you for Karen for Harkins for. I love cats. I really love cats, but I love funny jokes too, right? It's okay to love funny jokes and make and still love cats. I love cats. I really do. Don't have any. It's because my wife is allergic to them. I would have a cat otherwise. And I love my dog. My dog Bruno, who's sitting right here next to me. Uh, we had my mother-in-law has a brand new puppy. The puppy's name is Bailey, and Bailey came over this last weekend when we had the birthday party. And Bailey is about the size of a bunny. And so I was a little kind of worried because Bailey likes to hop around kind of like a bunny. And uh, I was a little worried. Bruno was licking Bailey like it might be a bunny, like he was trying to taste it. I don't think he understood that. I kept trying to tell him it was a puppy because I always call him my, even though he's like in dog years, he's kind of my age, but he's still my puppy. And so I call him puppy. So I figure if I call the other dog a puppy, he'll understand. But he wasn't quite sure what to do with Bailey because she was so small. My dog's massive compared to Bailey. Bailey's like this little handful of fluff. And so, anyways, you know, I don't know how Bruno would do with a cat. I guess that's what I'm trying to get to. I really don't know how Bruno would do with a cat because I just don't know. I would hope that the cat would be feisty. I'd have to get a feisty cat because I know he would want to play rough and he's a big guy and sometimes he doesn't know his own strength. Feel like we got a little bit of a wedge going on right now on AMC and I think Ape also perhaps. Let's just take a look at these numbers real quick here. Leaving out just the tip, I'm going to put the box right there for possible breakout. Which way this is going to go, hard to say. Usually look at trend channel on this. If it's whatever it's pointing at, the direction is usually the opposite that it breaks out to. So in other words, you have rising price and falling volume. So that typically means price breaking downwards. Don't know if that's going to be the case or not. These are difficult to predict. They're not always a for sure thing. Taking a look at Ape. Let me take, I need a little bit more time on Ape, but let's draw this line at the top here. I think we're drawing in a, you can see we've printed a TD9 on this move down here. I think we're printing this, let's see if this is going to be a parallel. If this ends up being the bottom, it's not a parallel. It would have to drop down to probably like 546 before it would become a parallel. But it looks like it's going to start moving back upwards. So we might have an ascending parallel or an ascending wedge, which will more than likely break out going down in price, rising price, falling volume. I'm going to have to see where this prints though, on a bottom for a secondary touch point. So we'll hold off on this one. All right, I'm scrolling back up here to read what you guys are saying. Let's see here. Keto says, doesn't a miss on CPI guarantee a 75 rate hike? Isn't that what the market wanted? Fake sell-off load up? Probably. Yesterday, I think the last time I did the target rate probabilities, we had a 92% chance on a 75% rate hike. Let me do it right again now and see what it says now. It's probably dang near 100%. Oh, no. Oh, snap. Okay, so there's apparently 0% chance at a 50 at a 50-point rate hike. They've updated it now to a 100-point rate hike, and the percentage of a 75% rate hike is 84% chance, with a 16% chance at a 100-point rate hike. Nosa, I saw that article posted and I did not read it. James says metals should squeeze in a market crash. I'm going to say normally yes. Normally yes. Arthur loves dark humor. I know you do, Arthur. I actually have a more descriptive way of saying how you make a cat bark than the ones that were given, but those work way better and are less violent than mine. So we'll just run with those. Ooh, Savvy says I love cats, but I wouldn't get one because I have leather couches. Yeah, that's cats and leather couches are no bueno. Mega Johnny says, Casey, how do you make your wife sound like a dolphin? I've heard this one before, but I don't remember the answer. How? Yep, that's exactly what happened, Keto. I was focused. I had to introduce Bruno to Bailey. That's exactly what happened. He was licking her like, and then he would take these like little tiny like I'm gonna nibble you bites at her. Like I'm gonna taste you just a little bit just to see what you taste like, cause my licks aren't doing the job. And then I'd give him a smack on the butt. And I'd be like, no, it's a puppy. I get real fierce with him. I get firm with him. I was like, no. Nosa says I've read it and there's no single mentioning to shorts. Mega Johnny, I just read it. Stick it in the wrong hole. That's messed up, man. That's pretty funny though. Dr. Zeno's a cat lover. Nikki loves kitty. Oh, no, she has a kitty. Sorry, she has a kitty. That came out wrong. She has a kitty. David Smith says, I bought the dip today. Congratulations on your purchase. May the odds be in your favor. Doesn't it kind of seem or feel a little bit like oh gosh, why did I forget that? Hunger Games? I forgot the name of the movie for a second. I didn't read the books. Oh man, you guys don't understand. If it hadn't been for AP, and I actually appreciate the fact that AP had a chance to get with me last night, because otherwise I wouldn't have been able to show you guys the spy information that I showed you. But I was gonna start reading. I was gonna start reading 1984. I was so close. Two times now. I was so close. Maybe tonight. Maybe tonight I start reading it. I don't know. We'll see. AP saved me. Shimmer saying HYMC is up 33%. It's 35.84 now. Miss Tahiti says I have two kitties. They're not as needy as dogs. You know what? That's one of the things that I like about cats. I like the fact that they're independent, but at the same time, though, I do love a lovable kitten. Or it doesn't even have to be. It could be just a cat, right? Like I won't. I don't like it. That's not true. I've had cats that are the ones that come up to you and want to be loved, and then they let you know when they're done, and they just kind of walk away, kind of thing. And I think that's cool. But I really do love the lovable cats. The more lovable ones are more fun. Um, my dad picked up a stray cat one time. Um, don't do that. don't don't take in stray cat. I mean, it might work out for you, not for us. That cat's name was Delilah because she was just always having kittens everywhere. That was her name, Delilah. Kittens, kittens, kittens. She always had more and more kittens. She may have even had a batch with one of her own kids. I don't know, but it was really bad. But she had some good kittens that we kept out of that in the family, and my sister ended up getting one of her favorite cats that lived for like eons. Doug, how's it going? Oh no, you're saying hello to Keto. Keto, how's it going? We're getting that bottom in yet on Ape? Hold on a second here. Not quite. Still working on it. Hmm. Millions, good morning to you. VIX is up 7.92. It's at 25. That means the SPY should be down pretty heavily. We've got SPY down 2.78, 2.8. Man, what an appropriate day for me to be putting out the whole SPY monthly indicator for SPY do not look good. what what a time to time that one, huh? If only I could have put that out yesterday. Everybody's probably gonna read my title for the day today and go like, duh. Well, I'm sorry, but I just saw the information that I ran across last night. I mean, I've been saying the SPY is looking like trash for a while, but where do I think I do have? I'm pretty sure that on a daily, I think I've got, yes, I do. I have a breakout box where I feel like this is where I think we're going to break like 355 somewhere between 1011 and 1020. I think 355 is a significant number that we got to break before we really start to see a big fall. So I think that's what we're kind of heading down towards. The moment of truth. Which way is AMC going to break? Thank you, Dr. Zeno. I appreciate it, man. MCon says we're following SPY, correct? Normally, yes. Normally, that would be the case. And you can also see too, some people are going like, well, how come, if people are buying, how come we're not moving up in price? You got to remember that the ETFs are all attached to our stocks as well. So when ETFs are moving in value downwards, it's going to be difficult for AMC and APE and whatever stock it is that you're in. It's going to be difficult for stocks to move upwards when ETFs are trading lower. Petrofire, good morning to you. I don't even think I threw out. I didn't throw out any predictions on CPI. I did expect it to be up, but I never actually said anything about how high. CPI for all items rises 0.1%. Gasoline fell, but that's because they sold gasoline. They sold oil, I should say. Our government tapped into strategic. What do they call that? Strategic stores, and were able to sell off enough to be able to lower gasoline prices. So that was kind of a fake fake fall in price. We just simply tapped into our oil reserves. I couldn't come up with reserves. They tapped into the reserves. First time in my history since I've been alive that I can remember that we've ever had a president who's chosen to tap into the oil reserves, which to me is a really big thing. Every single other president that I ever remember, and I'm not trying to speak badly or poorly of Joe Biden, but President Biden, but I'm just simply stating a fact that I don't ever recall having heard of a president in my lifetime having tapped into the strategic reserves. So, it speaks loudly to me as to what how impactful this market or this or how fragile this economy is. Because if they feel like they need to reduce gas prices that much to ease some of the pressure in the economy, then it should kind of give you an indicator as to what that means, what our future holds. David Smith, I'll give you admin privileges long enough to post up a link. Please don't post anything dangerous. Flat Earth. So what? So what? Sugar Crane says, why isn't the Ape short interest the same as AMC? I thought if someone was short AMC, they would have a short position on Ape. Was that not true? Hmm. Let me think about that for a second. Thank you, David. Um, it's because anybody who has short interest in loaned positions, can pay in lieu of distribution of additional shares. So in other words, Sugar Crane, they don't necessarily have to pay, or they don't have to pay any shares, which means that they're not going to be double their short interest, but they do have to pay in cash. So if they were short and they had additional shares that would have been owed to whoever they lent from originally, then they would owe in cash in lieu of payment of shares. So they don't get their short position doubled. It's just simply they owe money. I think that might be the answer. Let me open that up in a different page here, David Smith, real quick. Let me just so I don't forget about it. How long is this? Oh man, you sent me a long one. I don't know, man. Like ADD, just because it tends to make me more visual of a person, doesn't necessarily mean that my attention span is going to be there for an hour. I hate to break it to you, David, but the ADD kicks in for everything, like including watching videos. 5, 10, 15 minutes tops, and I'm pretty much done. If there's a specific portion of it that I gotta, unless it's incredibly good, it has to be like incredibly captivating. If it's not incredibly captivating, that will take me probably a good 2-4 weeks to watch for an hour's worth. I have a hard time sitting through an hour-long TV show. I can't do it. It's so hard. Flat Earth, you're not going to pit me against Booksy. Nope, not at all. Not everybody's right all the time. Sometimes somebody's wrong, and that happens. And there's nothing wrong with that. It happens. Different technical analysis. Wouldn't it be awesome if everybody was always right, Flat Earth? That would be really cool. But not everybody's always right. I'm wrong sometimes. Booksy's wrong sometimes. It happens. You're going to have to get over it. Charlie, how's it going, man? Casey and crew, I had always heard that the price of gasoline was dictated by international Brent crude market, not U.S. reserve. But if we sell into the market, we can lower prices because we're creating less, we're creating more. So you're not wrong. You're correct in what it is that you're saying. But if we sell some of the U.S. reserve, which by the way has never happened in my lifetime until recently, then you end up creating a influx of oil that's available to be purchased, driving down the price. You have higher inventory, right? So you're creating more inventory than the amount of demand that's out there. So you're artificially kind of lowering the price. So that's part of the reason why I would suggest that you see lower gas prices, and not because of the fact that somebody internationally decided to lower the price of oil. That's There may have been a change in price of oil because of the release of those reserves, which would be making your statement correct still. I'll give it a go, David. I will give it a go, but I'm just warning you in advance. I may not make it. It will probably entirely depend upon the first like 3 minutes of the video. So if you have like a great point that you want me to start at in the video where you think it's like if there's too much fluff in the beginning, tell me to start at a certain time period. That otherwise, if I can't make it through the first 3 minutes, I'll never watch the rest of it. I think Booksy's a great guy. I've had several interactions with Booksy in the past, and you're right. We don't always agree with each other, but he's a wonderful guy. There's nothing wrong with Booksy at all. In fact, I've had instances where there have been people who uh, talk crap about him in my Discord, and I put it into that real quick. I don't have any problems with Booksy or his DD. Flat Earth trying to get all his questions in before he runs away. Hey, oh, by the way, Flat Earth, we thought you got promoted. When you went over to Booksy's channel, I kind of thought like maybe you got promoted and then somebody was either backfilling in for you in here, or maybe somebody got demoted from Booksy's channel and you got promoted to Booksy's. I'm kind of curious. Like, are they starting to run thin on guys that can cover the channels, or like what's going on your side over there? Are they just running thin on people, or did you get promoted? What's going on? Johnny says it would make more sense to drill, baby, drill than to falsely sell into the price, or create a pipeline, or frack. Right? Like what happened last time we decided to start fracking? That really kind of put a real dent in Brent crude oil being repriced. Uh, it wasn't great for the environment, but I think just the threat alone of allowing fracking to occur is enough to drop oil prices. So, and I thought that was a great tool. I don't remember who used it. I don't remember if it was Obama or if it was. I'm pretty sure it might have been Obama. Obama, I think. I don't know if they stopped it or whatnot, but it was insane. It was absolutely insane watching the prices drop on oil prices when they started fracking. It completely changed everything. Harry Parrott says, Casey, historically, doesn't the market take a crap before triple quad witching? Lit Alien says, Adam Aaron's going to create another share, call it ADD. I doubt it. I highly doubt it. But thank you. I appreciate that. All right, cool, Dr. Zeno. Thank you. Oh, he put you in a timeout. Okay. I thought you got promoted, Flat Earth. I thought maybe you got promoted. That's all right. I was hoping the best for you. I was like, oh, he got promoted. Cool. But yeah. Mega Johnny says it was Trump 18 months ago. I couldn't remember when it was, Mega Johnny. I just remembered that fracking had an amazing ability to affect oil prices, and I thought it was a great tool. It seemed to work as a great tool. The downside to it is that I think that that's massively harm. I don't think anybody would disagree that it's massively harmful to the environment. But if you can threaten to frack and affect gas or oil prices to lower gas prices, it may not be a bad tool to use. At least make it seem like you're going to go frack. Go frack yourself. We want lower prices. It seems like a good method. Yeah, Alex says fracking F's the land too. Yeah, yeah, definitely. It really does. I won't even deny the fact that it's very harmful. I mean, I've seen some of the videos of people, turn on their water faucets where they live and getting like actual like methane gases coming out of coming out of their pipes. Sam says, I can only imagine the wars that would never have happened around the world if the supply of oil and gas was increased. Tech we love, I totally agree with that. I'm a huge supporter of nuclear power. I think that's the way to go. I really do. I think that is very, very much so the way that we need to go. Wow, we printed a TD9 here. We had 3 points where we moved up in price and then immediately back down. It did fall inside the box. On Ape, I wanted to see, what did I want to see for value over here? I'm pretty sure we dipped below it. Yep, we did. I wanted to see a value of I think somewhere right around there to get an ascending parallel channel, but that didn't happen. So we're getting newer lows here. Let me just move back out on Ape here just a second, just to see if I can see what do we have. Oh, I've seen this pattern before. This is the high chair pattern. If we've seen this pattern a couple different times throughout history on AMC. I believe it moves into new lower prices whenever we see this. I call it the high chair. It's got the high back on it. Let me go over to AMC and we'll see if we can't find where that was in the past, and I'll show you what it leads to. Looks like we should find some support around like 530 range, which is right about where we're at right now. I'll try to get an idea where we're heading to here, maybe in about 8 minutes or 9 minutes after I do the next numbers. Let's take a look. What was I going to look at? Oh yeah, high chair. Where do I have a picture of that? Let's see if we can see it on the 30-minute. First off, let's see what it looks like on Ape. Okay, it's gonna be difficult to see on a 30-minute because it's a big jump down and then just kind of like this it's kind of like the seat portion of it. But we have seen this on AMC a long, long time ago. Here's one of those high chair movements actually more recently. right here where you got a big drop, you got the high chair, and then some further drop down. I think on a more macro scale though, I think even on the daily, I think we can find that here. Oh, this is Ape. Let's see here. Where is this? This might be it right here. So you get the high back, followed by kind of like this kind of seat area right here, the high chair, and then price drops typically a little bit further below that. In this particular case here, there was no like previous data for it to back up for levels of support, but price does eventually start rising back up after it does find a new low. So I would be looking for let me go back to the 1 minute on this. On Ape, that's probably going to get us down into that SSR range that I was talking about earlier this morning, the 515 numbers. Whether or not it hits a synthetic price failure at 497, I don't know. Let me see here, 605 to 535. Let me go back over here and see how much of a drop that other one had. $20.84 at the bottom of $12.78. Is that right? 12. 61%. That actually sounds like a legitimate number. So let me see what this price is here. Go back to the daily. So on Ape, we could see like a let's see what price 572. I don't know if I'm going to be able to figure this out, how far it's going to drop down to, but it does look like it's reachable to hit at least the SSR, which would be at $5.15 from the 542 that we're at right now. If you look at SSR where it's at from the past, it does look like it's a level of support and resistance that we've seen from past historicals. So there is reason to believe that that would be a resistance support line. I've also got a Fibonacci written here at 509. I'm sure there's some support at $5. So I wouldn't expect to see it drop. It just depends on how many paper hands we had from 605 down that will determine how far this goes. But remember, synthetic price failures are always in play. And right now that's at $4.97. All right, David. First 3 minutes. Got you. Alex says it's a shame nuclear takes about 30 years to implement. Does it really? Does it really take 30 years to implement? I don't think it takes that long. I mean, no, there's no way. There's no way it takes 30 years. You're telling me, wait. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. I'm gonna go against that one. I'm not trying to be a dick or anything, but I mean, I just don't buy that 30 years. 30 years what? To recover costs or like what's the 30 years to implement seems like a really Lit Alien threw in a bunch of mosquitoes. Thanks, Lit Alien. Appreciate it. Uh, let's see here. Okay, this is saying because yeah, 30 years just seemed way too long. This says typically a nuclear power plant will take over 5 years to construct, whereas natural gas-fired plants are frequently built in about 2 years. So that sounds a little more realistic. Here it says it takes around 8 years from decision to start construction to the reactor starting to be fueled. So 5 to 8 years. This is another site says the average construction of nuclear power plants is between 1976 and 2009 was 92 months or 7.7 years, with a maximum of 10 years between 1996. Yeah, I would say that we could probably, if there was a rush build on it as well, assuming that you needed it faster, now we need to start now. we we got to get started on these things right now. Because yeah, that is a long time. 7 years is a long time, but we got to get started at some point. Because 7 years is a long time to start reaping benefits. Backyard Boogie, if you go to the description on the page here, you'll be able to find 2 videos. I tried to keep them as short as possible. If I have ADD, I figure other people do too. So between the 2 videos, you only got to watch one of them. Unfortunately, it's the longer one. I think it's like 16 minutes long or something like that. But if you go to the description box, you can find what is a synthetic price figure, and that's the one you probably want to watch. And it'll tell you, hopefully, it'll explain to you as best as I possibly can in a short period of time what a synthetic price failure is. Flat Earth says Casey reminds me of Forrest Gump. That's not a bad compliment. I actually think Forrest Gump's kind of cool, man. And my wife absolutely loves the movie. So, and I love my wife. And if she loves me like she loves Forrest Gump, I will be Forrest Gump. Life was like a box of chocolates. Never know what you're gonna get. Yeah, the 30 years seemed way too long. I mean, the only reason I say that, Alex, is because I mean, if you think back to like I don't know, I want to say like the 60s, 70 range, probably when they first started building some of those plants, we had power from those plants. I mean, if you figure nuclear power plants were being built in the 60s and 70s, we had power from those things long before 2000, and that would have been 30 years. So I'm sure we were getting power by at least the 80s. So it just seemed a little too like off. 30 years is a lot. And there's actually I would wager to say that there's a chance that we might actually be able to build them faster nowadays than we did back in the past, because there's different types of nuclear um, different types of nuclear fission that we can use than we used to use in the past. It's safer. It's a lot safer than it was in the past, and so there may actually be a way to make some of those build times even quicker. Flat Earth, the reason that Booksy has more lines on his charts than Betty White has wrinkles on her ass is because he's very thorough, extremely thorough. Yeah, Sammy's saying, Casey, you seem very optimistic, which we like that. So yeah, you're welcome. So will the market tank and the tank down AMC with it, or you have a different view? Thanks in advance. And my thought process is if you go back and you look at VW, Sammy, I think you're going to find out the information that you really want to know. VW ripped a little bit first before the markets really started tanking. Why? Well, in order to pay somebody off in a market like that, the money has to come from someplace, right? So the money starts getting pulled out of the market that starts to rip first, and then somebody pulls their money out of the markets, and so the markets start tanking because the money disappears. It's gone. There's no more. And then investors start coming back and they start buying, towards the bottom, and it's the grand cycle. So I think the answer to you is that the big dips in the market will occur after a squeeze, as margin calls will be called as the price is moving down, as collateral will no longer uh, be sufficient enough in order to cover positions. So you'll see the squeeze occur, then you'll see people pull their money out, and then you will see the major price movement in the markets moving downwards. Oh, wait a minute. As Adam Aaron, is he tweeting some more? Hold on a second here. No, he's not tweeting more. Oh yeah. So ABC just mentioned Tony's his tweet about the 2 weeks fortune cookie. That was really really funny, guys. It's a joke. It's a joke, right? Like it's not. He didn't really get a fortune cookie that had 2 weeks on it. It's funny. It's really really funny. But you guys got to you got to realize that's a joke, right? There's no way that you've really got a fortune cookie that said 2 weeks. I don't know. I zoomed in on it a little bit and I was showing it to my wife and she goes, "That's fake." And I was like, "No, no, it's real. See, look, look, look." And then I was like looking at it, I was like, "Oh no, I think you're right. That might be fake." So, so yeah, but I mean, it's still funny though. It's still really funny. Well, Alien says Elon is building super battery storage systems that will change energy along with solar panels. I don't. I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what, Alien. I think that there's more efficient battery storage systems that can be created. I don't know if I'm gonna buy into the solar panels that are gonna be better. I think we've kind of hit kind of a peak for energy generation through solar panels. I don't know that the technology is going to get any better on those. I think it's kind of peaked out. But the other part of that is the battery storage systems that you're talking about, and I do think that those are better. Uh, how much charge they can hold, for how long they can hold it for, and how much, and how fast they can charge for. All those things I think are improving, and they're getting better. I just don't see any difference in solar panels. I don't see any huge technological leaps and bounds on solar panels. So, and really, if you want to talk about like energy and how you're going to get it, how you're storing it is important, but I think it's the generation of the energy that really is the impactful part. So without creating like just crap tons of solar panels everywhere that aren't going to get any better in technology and how much energy they can create, you really, it doesn't matter how much you can store, right? Like it's like saying it's like, I guess if you were to put it in computer terms, like I'm going to try and translate this for you in computer terms and make us hopefully sound a little bit better. It's like running a current day computer with 8 million gigabytes of RAM. Congratulations. That's awesome. You have a lot of capacity there, but your computer didn't have shit to do with it. You know, you can't fill it. You can't ever use it. Your computer's never going to use it all. So what's the difference? Who cares? Big deal. So what? It doesn't really help. We need the solar panels to be able to generate more energy for per cubic foot of panel. So that's the major problem right there. And you know, we're just going to have to mass produce these like solar panels and put them on everything, and everywhere that they're put up is going to have to be a place that constantly collects energy, which is not realistic. You know, it's not always bright in Seattle. You know, Chicago's not always getting great sunlight over there. Maine and New York, you know, they got some you know, it's not bright all the time everywhere. So now you got to start shipping energy, and I don't know. There's a lot of problems. We need nuclear. Nuclear energy is the way to go. The whole solar panel thing is and wind power. Those are exhausted, and we need to start heading back towards nuclear energy. I got a great answer for that, Brandon. I actually have a really good answer for that. The problem is that you're gonna everybody in here is gonna take this like big gasp of shock and awe as I say this. And but the thing is that you know, the nuclear waste that's going to be generated is gonna be 30 years out, right? Like when we talk about 30 years out, that's going to be your problem is 30 years out on that waste. And hopefully, this would be my suggestion to you. Hopefully, from between now and 30 years from now, my hope is that we have uh, a a system set up to where we can get payloads into orbit uh, 100% safely, and we can just shove that stuff out towards the sun and forget about it. Forget about it. It ain't a thing. I know everybody's gonna sit there and go like, "That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard of launching nuclear waste towards the sun." But I really do. I think that's truly and honestly the answer. It sounds stupid now, but 30, 40 years from now, everybody will be like, "Yeah, we're just gonna go dump our junk into the sun." Very similarly to how, you know, a lot of other ideas in the past seemed really stupid. They eventually start sounding a little bit better when technology gets to the point to where they make more sense. Yeah, myself says, can't we just fling nuclear waste into space? Eventually, yes. Currently, no. I would say no right now. But I don't know. Did you guys watch? I think was it yesterday? Did you watch yesterday when they had the launch of one of Elon's payloads had to abort, and it launched it ejected the capsule portion of it off, and it parachuted back to the ground, no problem. That's what you do, you know. Eventually, I think, and you can look this up. Eventually, we'll have the point to where I think we'll have a space elevator, and you won't even have to worry about launching things into space anymore. You're just going to have a space elevator. That sounds incredibly insane, but I think it's no more. I think it's no less insane than having solar panels all over the entire Earth. to collect energy. So I don't think that's. I think those are almost equal in insanity. Sugar Crane says if we can't strip mine other planets, might as well send nuclear waste to them. Yeah, I mean, you could send it to Jupiter, Saturn. Doesn't matter. You're not going to go there and do anything else, anyways. So what's the difference? No, 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 Alien. I'm not saying that they shouldn't increase the battery. That you got to do that, right? Like it's great that your computer can hold a billion gigabytes of RAM in it. There's no problem with that. We need that technology. But until we can improve the technology of the creation of the energy, then there's no reason to have additional storage because we have plenty of storage. We're already using it. We're already using the energy fast enough to where we don't storage is not the problem. Storage isn't the problem, it's the creation of the energy that's the problem. Salty Dog says lots of issues with the space elevator. I know it. Like I said, Salty Dog, we're not there yet. I'm not trying to suggest that we can build a space elevator right now. I know, but I think that I think in the future it's possible. No, the cost would be extremely expensive. Flat Earth, you're right. But if it's if you have to determine the price of cost of having clean energy because you don't want to dump in Africa or wherever it is you're going to be dumping your solid waste, then you have to account for that. These are things like well for the into the future though. You know, 3 decades is a long time. That's a great point, Tech We Love. It's a very good point. Let me go ahead and run through the numbers because it's past time. I just realized what time it is here. Taking a look at our numbers. Two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to consider it as it could keep somebody out of your account that you don't want in there. Would be a great second level of protection. Let me take you guys